अब ₹5 से खेलना शुरू करो और 100 करोड़ से ज्यादा के प्राइस पूल से जीतो।
A few more days, we will be hosting the playoffs over here.
See you soon. And they are definitely going to come in with the
They're not gonna say anything except what we hear in the land of and they
and done. I
hat. You got shaved. I have a question. Kyrie, what would it take for you to cut your hair just like CW?
Maybe. Yeah, winning M6.
Oh, can we get a dare? If you guys win championship in M6, you're gonna cut your hair.
I mean M6 and M7.
And you're gonna cut M6 and M7, then you cut your hair.
Sure.
That's a promise. You say that's a promise.
Yeah, that's a promise.
Oh, that's a promise. He's gonna cut his hair. He's gonna shave it if he wins M6 and M7. Right down in stone. How about you, Sans? For you to cut this beautiful show them your hair. Show them the red. Wow. Ready for battle. He smudged it like this, ready for battle. When are you going to shave your head like CW?
Yeah, same like Irie.
Same. You're gonna shave your head. You say that's a promise.
I promise.
You promise. You have beautiful hair also. When are you gonna shave your head like CW?
Already before.
Well, what? And again.
M12.
M12. In M12. Okay. Why don't you join them for M6, M7?
Yeah.
We're gonna get them all. Wait, what is it?
No. Coach Yeb out, coach.
when Coach Yeb also shaves. All right. Okay. You know, Sans, we don't normally hear you talk. We want, your opponent was saying some things to you guys. They were saying they were gonna do a savage. They were gonna do a maniac. What are you gonna do to them?
Victory!
Victory! What are they gonna hear?
Defeat!
Oh, it's getting really hot and interesting in here. We're gonna see which team is gonna have victory. And we need to watch out for M6 and M7 as well when they shave their heads. Now we're gonna go back to our panel to break down sound for you guys.
Thank you, Mara and Fanatic Onyx. I gotta have to say, they are marked for shaver now.
You know, I'm not gonna lie, I feel bad for Mara.
Bad for Mara?
Yeah, it feels like she's getting trolled by both Kyrie and Sans.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean,
M6,
they made a
M7, that's
they
2
made
years
a
of a
promise.
promise.
No, that is a vote of confidence, right? They're saying that they're not gonna disappoint Mara. They're going to win M6 and M7.
Whose side are you on?
They're gonna win M6 and M7, and in the meantime, Keyboy is just like, I've cut my hair before, winning M6 and M7, no problem. So
Bro.
let us just win
Bro.
M12,
Bro.
then I cut my hair.
Yeah.
Bro, whose side are you on? Like,
This side of the
SRG
couch.
#1 all the way, man. Like, why would you let
Yes.
Onyx win M6 and M7?
No, we gotta give them their moments.
It's gotta be SRG, YRG
we gotta give them
as
their
well.
moments, sir.
Okay, fine.
SRG
whatever.
has gotten so much time in the spotlight. I love SRG, obviously, but they're not in this game. They're not shaving their heads.
Come on, man, bro. Like, imagine this, right? Imagine a cute Stormy Skies shaving their head if they win M6 and M7. Like, wouldn't it be they're cuter and cooler?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Are you Malaysian, bro?
Hmm?
Are you Malaysian?
I think so. Hi.
Hi. You're happy, aren't you? It's like we're not ganking up on you, huh?
Of course. But okay, let's move on. You guys maybe can take it off screen, or maybe I would just take a camera, just kind of yoink that camera and just kind of point it at you guys. Maybe we'll have like a very long fight all together. That's what I
Tell you what,
want.
maybe if SRG wins M6, you can shave your head. right?
If they win M6, M7,
Yeah.
Smart.
You gotta hold yourself to that now. If you're gonna go that hard, anyway.
Smart Omega versus Fnatic regarding Onyx. That is what we want to look at for now, okay? Game number 1. We've got the banning stage that is just going to go all the way through now. The banning phase, you know, Juicin, meta or nah? Are we going to be expecting the Juicin ban here?
I think it comes down to a situation where how they are positioning themselves in the current group stages, right? Like how badly do they want to secure their slots and then make it to the playoffs, right? Like teams, you know, there are teams that they're pretty much already comfortable here. In this case, Liquid is one of those teams here. They can look to try and experiment a little bit more because there's still not enough data on whether or not how this Juicin is supposed to be played. So I feel like a lot of teams are still fresh to this idea. There are good ways, there are bad ways. I think Chantel brought a very good point. High risk, medium reward.
High risk, medium reward. But there is definitely...
I'm sorry?
Wait a minute.
What? Veil? Is this like an Ukir pick or something that we're not aware of?
Not that I know of. Okay, that makes a lot more sense.
Okay.
From production, they are gonna be restarting the draft. Okay, so
Okay,
what
they made a mistake.
Yeah, they made a small little mistake, a little bit of a boo-boo. But this is the match that I'm looking out for. And there's a reason why I talked about Juicin specifically for this match. Because Ukir has piloted the Juicin twice, and with a 50% win rate. Sans piloted the Juicin once with a 100% win rate. These two teams are one of the top 3 teams, right, that actually managed to make Juicin work.
If you ask me personally, since Omega's on the blue side, Onyx on the red side, normally Onyx would be the ones that need to ban Juicin. I personally don't think they have to ban Juicin.
I personally don't think that they will need
If
to.
Omega first picks Juicin, I feel like it's not a good idea.
It's not a good idea. Elaborate.
Because like we know that Juicin is a hero that really requires proper team play, and you could say that on paper it works well with Omega because of their playstyle, but I do also feel like Onyx is going to take advantage of that to immediately go for more early gameplay to make sure it doesn't work. Right? And I'm pretty sure that Onyx are perfectly happy with this because if Omega doesn't first pick the Juicin, Sans has so far been one of the most consistent players with it.
I think I can see where you're getting at as well here, but I heard a little bit of rumor here. If I'm not mistaken, there is going to be an upcoming patch that's going to be coming in tomorrow or the day after during playoffs as well. So I think
not again.
That's the problem, right? There has been a lot of speculation where Juicin can be played on the roam. So far, we have not seen a single Juicin roam yet. But why I bring this up is because I'm not sure it's confirmed yet, but the patch notes for Juicin is pretty much 4% increased damage to all spells and minus 12%
Kuda reduction.
damage taken.
Damage taken. Wait. In overall sense or when
Overall
she's activating? So it doesn't matter if she's in the Crimson
Yeah, but that's the rumor, but we have to read the official patch notes yet. But so far, some of the patch notes that I've seen so far, it's kind of leaning towards that direction. So it might be potentially a roam Juicin, which I don't know if they want to risk experimenting it now, but yeah, it's something to kind of take note of when heading towards playoffs.
So we could be able to see more Juicin in the playoffs. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes, definitely, 100%. It's either that or top ban.
Right, okay. Because now one of the main problems that we are experiencing with Juicin is the fact that as a mage, she's just not dishing out enough damage. The only thing that we are seeing out of a Juicin mid is the utility of being able to be really harassing the opponents. But this is not exactly a very conventional mage role that we are looking out for from Juicin, even when Juicin is taking the middle lane, right? And we have touched onto this many times. So I'm just gonna very briefly say this again. Whenever you pick a Juicin in the middle lane, you'll require a roamer that can clear waves fast enough in the middle lane. And very likely, they would require to pick up Concussive Blast.
Yeah, I think when it comes to that as well, Juicin kind of reminds me of the playstyle similar to Alice as well.
Alice?
So, but it's like, it's not as tanky and sustainable as Alice, but it has the annoying factor of how an Esmeralda would do to you in your face. So I feel like Juicin is in a situation where it's half of everything, but it's just not there yet.
Okay.
No, she just fulfills a different niche, basically. Like, on paper, Zusin is very similar to Esme and Alice because they're all mages that are tanky and take a lot of damage. But the way you play them is a bit different.
Exactly.
Because Alice and Esme get in your face. Zusin's a bit more of someone that'll be annoying, but like a little bit of a distance. Like she wants to control you. She wants to make sure she's zoning you out correctly, and that's where we see the effectiveness of the hero.
Now we're gonna take a sideline here because of the technical pause. Let's take a look at the team head-to-head between Smart Omega and Fnatic Onyx. Thus far, Fnatic Onyx definitely have got way more kills to their name, but it's not necessarily that much. It's just a little bit of a shy bit of 3 less from the side of Smart Omega. But when it comes down to the team average damage dealt, they are actually pretty much neck and neck. It's kind of bleeding blue and red in the same rate. While the average GPM, Fnatic Onyx, they do have a tad bit higher. In fact, 80 GPM higher than Smart Omega, but it doesn't necessarily tell us the full story, does it?
Yeah, based on these stats as well here, you know, in terms of damage dealt is kind of acceptable. You know, you can kind of spam spells throughout the entirety of the game here. But what I do recall is that almost every single game that Smart Omega has played has pretty much reached to a stage where everybody is level 15 to a certain point.
Like, end game scenario.
Yeah, one of their longest game was like 24 minutes, 23 minutes-ish.
26, I think.
Yeah, 26 at one point as well. So almost every single game has been so drawn out to a point where it causes their GPM to kind of fluctuate a little bit lower. So again, Smart Omega, they have been leaning on towards, you know, just buying time, delaying for the later stage of the game, and then hope that Jome is going to be the key winning factor for the team.
I think the question will always come down to the fact where will Smart Omega be able to drag games long enough? How good are they in the early and the mid stages to be able to play in the end game? As what we have saw from Smart Omega versus RSGPH before, that is definitely the case. But here in the detailed team statistics, we are able to tell a little bit more about their win rate, which unfortunately is kind of abysmal coming in from the master of all trades, right? 16.67% onto the blue side, and the same thing actually onto the red side.
You know, these stats really do kind of propagate what we've been talking about with Smart Omega, where they do feel too safe as a team, and in some cases kind of a bit too scared to make the first move. You see their game durations really long. They have 0% first blood and first turret rate, and not exactly the best stats otherwise as well, only getting 1 out of 3 turtles and lords. And it's very clear to me that the lack of aggression, the lack of proactiveness from this team is what is contributing a lot to their downfall. Jome is carrying a lot of weight on his own. The rest of the team really needs to be able to back him up on that.
Agreed. You know, just now, fastest time 11 minutes, but average is 15 minutes. It just shows you how they kind of lean on towards the late game a little bit too much here. And I think he did mention as well, early objective 33% means that they pretty much just want to buy time, play safe, you know. And I think you brought up a very, very important statement, and that is too scared to make a play. And in this case, not making any moves is a mistake because of the fact that they're just afraid of making mistakes.
You know, before the game even started, when we are looking at the Mara's interview to Smart Omega, Mara did mention about the 2-0 against Fnatic Onyx. It is very important for Smart Omega to be able to get a 2-0 against Fnatic Onyx, especially since it is a lifeline for Fnatic Onyx and kind of to make Fnatic Onyx in a really tough spot. Let's reference back to FCAPs versus Rebellion that will be happening at the final day today, because what Omega would want to do is to be able to tie it out with Fnatic Onyx when it comes down to the points. But it's not going to be all that important anymore if FCAP versus Rebellion, sorry, it was the first game of F4 FCAP versus Rebellion. FCAP gotta win a 2-0 against Rebellion, and I think that is a tall order for Rebellion as well. The moment that FCAP wins against Rebellion, that means that the upcoming game of FNOC versus FCAP doesn't mean anything at all, and Smart Omega is automatically relegated.
Yeah, it is going to be tough, but like it or not, they still have to win whatever they can here.
They need a 2-0. It's a tall order.
Even a 2-1 won't work, huh?
True.
2-1 won't work at all.
Unfortunately.
A 2-0 is a must, because especially in the end of today, Smart Omega is actually going to go up against CU soon. And they are definitely going to come in with the understanding and the expectation that they want to 2-0 CU soon as well, in order to have a chance against Fnatic Onyx.
Yep. And now speaking of drafts here, Smart Omega, they prioritize the Roger for Jome this game, but Fnatic Onyx, they do bring in the Julian. So this is something that I'm really curious here. Is Kyrie going to be playing the Julian, or is it going to be Sans?
Sadafa, I want to ask you this. Alright, I want to show you this. Fnatic Onyx, actually out of their expectations, they banned the
They
Juicin.
did ban Zusin.
Yeah.
I still again feel like it wasn't necessary, but the reason that they went for it was most likely to contest Roger and Moskov, because my initial thought would be ban the Moskov because that is one of the heroes where Jom can 1v5 with, but it looked like they did contest it instead. Smart Omega went for the Roger, so they get the Moskov and the Julian, and as for Terrence's question, I do feel like it's most likely going to be jungle. Because if you play aggro, we already know that Omega is weak to that.
So what exactly would we want to see when it comes down to a gold lane? Or is it still really up for grabs for Smart Omega? Because, you know, we gotta have to look out for Fnatic Onyx lineup a little bit more.
I think so far, you know, when it comes to this kind of composition, right, you kind of need to balance out on what you want to play around your win condition so far. Smart Omega's draft has always been leaning on towards delaying, buying time, or just S tier picks, but doesn't have but the heroes doesn't really synergize with each other that well. So in this case, I feel like Smart Omega, they open up Edith, you know, they kind of want to keep it a bit of the flex here, but it doesn't really tell too much on how they want to take those fights.
Now, Smart Omega, we talked about the fact that we want to see Smart Omega be able to play to the late game. That is their expertise. That is their identity thus far. So, grabbing heroes that is relatively good in the mid lane, mid game, doesn't require too much investments. We're always gonna be good. Wave clear, understandably, is super important as well. But when it comes down to a Valentina from the side of Smart Omega, what do you guys think about this? Because she doesn't really have that good of a wave clear as compared to some of the other mages out there. Yes, she have pretty good lane priority, but she don't really have someone to steal ultimates from for now.
Because, like, in the first place, Valentina as a hero is good enough that you don't really have to rely on stealing ultimates for her to be effective. And she's just kind of a universal pick as well, because what Smart Omega is trying to do here is to keep Edith as a flex, and then for their EXP lane hero especially to have a winning matchup. So they gotta go for their mid lane at this point, and Valentina is just the safest way to go for it. But I personally do worry about this approach, because when you go Valentina Edith, it's a very safe opener.
Yeah.
And while Omega has worked well with safe, I'm personally not a big fan of it, because you're not really having a direct identity of what your goal is that game.
So your idea is to risk it for the biscuit.
A little bit more. Like, obviously you don't want to pick a weird hero that just throws you the game, right? But we want to see a little bit more direction from this team. And mind you, again, during the draft, you don't want that. I just want to see something more from Omega, because up until now, a lot of their drafts, like Terrence has mentioned,
questionable,
have been not the most synergistic.
Yeah, and now seeing this draft here for Fnatic Onyx, I'm not sure if they are picking heroes with the intention of being flexible. So far, AP Brand has been Falcon has been the team that has been doing that a little bit more. Sometimes they have Sanji kind of play the Julian mid from time to time, and it really synergizes and works well for them. But in this case, I don't think they're gonna play Cho XP. You know, even though I would like to see those TikTok Chos, which are disgusting with the current patch with the Sky Piercer. But for now, I think it's pretty straightforward for Fnatic Onyx here. It's like you have this Cho to kind of start the fight, get a pick off, and then just one-shot somebody.
Yeah, the Cho doesn't really yell Lutby to me. At this point in time, the Terizla is still relatively open to the lineup of Fnatic Onyx, so I'm not too surprised if that is exactly what Fnatic Onyx would want to go. At least for the first 3 core heroes that Fnatic Onyx has picked out on, they are definitely great when it comes down to pick off, but that could be a secondary win condition, because if we want to look at a Terizla eventual pick from Fnatic Onyx plus this Vexana that has already been picked out, it kind of seems as though Fnatic Onyx will want to fill a role. They want to fill up gaps in every single field, making sure that they have no weaknesses.
What? A Bane?
Ooh,
and a Lolita?
I do actually like the Lolita pick. There's a Moskov on the opposite side, should work very well against him. We've already seen it mess with teams in the past.
Enhanced Scythe as well.
Yeah, so there's good projectiles to bounce off of. Bane has been a little bit hit or miss. He's a good hero when the enemy team has a lot of dive, and in this case, I guess they have Cho, but I'm not a big fan of the choice to go Bey in this game. Hopefully it pays off. As for Onyx, I actually really like the way they've gone for this. They pick Vexana because they want to leave EXP lane to last. Because they know that Lutpi is a more aggressive player compared to Ryota. And if he can win the EXP lane, early game will go very smoothly for them.
A Lapu Lapu is going to be the final pick for the side of Fnatic Onyx. Very interchangeable when it comes down to the heroes within of EXP lane. They just require someone to be able to tank up really good hits and just kind of be durable, be sustainable.
Not gonna lie, I kind of like the idea that Smart Omega kind of brought to the table here. The Bane and Lolita gives a lot of AoE, forces Fnatic Onyx to kind of bob and weave a little bit more. And considering that they've pretty much locked down 4 of their characters here, they don't really have much choice to kind of switch up. So their final pick is pretty much, you know, somebody who's got to be able to tank through the sharks, somebody's going to be able to tank through those Numinon blasts in order to cut the backlines and then kind of make a counterplay here. So all in all, both teams pretty much has their own win condition, but definitely I feel like Fnatic Onyx has much more room to work with in terms of split push potential.
I gotta say, this is a very interesting draft from Smart Omega. We will only be able to tell what exactly is going to be their game plan coming in to fight against Fnatic Onyx. I would like to thank Terrence for coming into the panel, and of course, we are going to be jumping into game number 1 between Smart Omega versus Fnatic Onyx.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks again for joining us here on Stream B. Just like you mentioned, Abstract, this is going to be game 1 of our final day of the group stages, actually. It's Smart Omega on the blue, Fnatic Onyx on the red. And I will say, just to start things off, that Omega actually has the easier comp to play on a micro standpoint. Fnatic needs a little bit more finesse because of the way their heroes work. It's a lot of in and out, a lot of skirmishing, but I do feel like their players are capable of doing so.
And of course, one thing that I would want to really take a look at is the fact that gold lane will always be at risk for the side of Roger, especially whenever we are looking at the Julian. You can pretty much expect that the Julian will always want to dip himself into the gold lane as much as possible, and the very fact that Roger got hit by Kyrie that early in the game kinda suggests to me that Jome might not be that used to the timing of a Julian jungle from the opponent side.
And Doryu actually in the areas. Yep, very nice observation there. CW instantly walking back, realizing the timing that this is where the junglers hit level 4. You will likely see a rotation. And Lutpi already notices that there isn't really anything happening down there.
Oh, nice stun coming in from CW, but with Keyboy already jumping in with a nice little stun, as well as the deadly catch. It is going to help them disengage a little bit to get themselves back on track.
This is where Onyx wants to secure Turtle and then immediately try to blitz it down as fast as possible. Quite a number of resources were used by Smart Omega earlier, and they can actually see that Chakdu's a little bit behind on EXP because he went up top to try and assist Jome a little bit more. In which case, they can either blitz the objective or try to play even more aggro to invade the enemy jungle.
A Blitzkrieg may actually sound good for them, but for now, it does seem like Smart Omega doesn't want to contest for this turtle and want to allow Bane to take the orange buff as soon as possible first. Both of the junglers are currently at level 5, and one thing, and the other thing that I want to consider again is the very fact that we are looking at a Roger versus a Moskov scenario, and we all know whenever you put a Roger and a Moskov in the same lane, the Moskov will always be having a field day.
As long as CW positions correctly, then it'll be very difficult for Jome to get on top of him. And Jome is ordinarily okay with this because his goal in this team is usually to try and farm out for a late game. But on a Roger, you do want to be able to get a little bit more pressure going straight away.
Keyboy unfortunately wasn't able to land the Jikundo. Chaknu joins into the back, and there is going to be a 9 Terrify and a 4-man Numenon Blast. But unfortunately, the follow-up coming from the side of Smart Omega just doesn't seem to quite connect. As such, the Way of the Dragon connects down onto Ryota, giving Kyrie that kill. But before that, we do have Lutpi that manages to get himself the first blood on top of Andoryu. But Jome, after the top lane once again, he tried to go over for the quick little iframe, but that didn't really quite help him get out.
Beautiful rotation timing coming in from Lutpi here. That was actually an insane Numenon Blast landing on 4 members, but the Landshaker hit just in time. And because Smart Omega were still a little bit too behind, they weren't actually able to follow up on a beautiful teamfight setup by Chaknu, thereby giving Onyx some additional kills instead. That could have been a really different story if the Lapu Lapu wasn't there in that precise moment.
Eventually, I would say the Smart Omega would want to hold themselves a little bit of a congregation, right? Perhaps get themselves a little bit more engagement onto Fnatic Onyx, especially since we have been really asking for aggression for Smart Omega. But thus far, it kind of seems as though it is all passive gameplay.
Yeah, which I don't really like, because Andoryu went for Sky Piercer first item, which I feel like is a bad idea. You're not doing well enough for that.
We definitely want to see him being able to get kills, but Kyrie is the one that is already in the brushes. In the meantime, it is also going to be the Numenon Blast that manages to connect. They've managed to bring Kyrie all the way down to a low amount of HP, but an enhanced sword allows him to get himself a little bit more damage, but not enough healing to really get out of that. As such, Kyrie goes down. The fight prolongs, and Ryota with the Primal Rev, he's just going to be abandoning the firelight to hope that he will be able to do enough damage. But Lutfi with the Bravest Warriors, he gets himself right out of that as soon as possible, and Ukir hoping that he will be able to get some of these projectiles to even kill Keyboy, but alas, it's not quite enough.
I think Onyx's decision to dive that deep was not the best. They got a kill on the Andoryu, which is great, but they also needed to keep a closer eye on Chaknu because these Numenon Blasts are really messing with their positioning, and then they kept trying to force fights. Even Kyrie used Enhanced Sword to do damage rather than escaping when his health was on 10%. He could have definitely gotten out of that. So I don't really feel like Onyx needed to give that many kills over, but I think they're still in an okay spot, and hopefully this gives Omega a bit more momentum because they really need it.
I thought that this is actually a very interesting item choice from Kyrie. The very first item, Blood Wings. What did you say of that, Sadafa?
It's for the extra HP because I think we are looking at Kyrie. He realizes, okay, my team has more than enough damage without me needing to go for something like a Genius Wand straight away. Survivability going to be a lot more important because you have a lot of heroes that can punish dive. Like both the Edith, the Lolita, even the Bane actually can kind of stun you the moment you jump in. So having that additional shielding is a little more value at this stage.
So not go for damage, but perhaps look for growth in the later stages of the game. That seems like something that Fnatic Onyx will want to go for. In the meantime, here in the middle lane, Fnatic Onyx is just going to be knocking down onto the tier 1 in the middle lane, while Smart Omega looks for alternative trade down in the bottom lane. They left Lutpi all alone to kind of deal with this, but he's hiding inside of the brushes. Doesn't seem like he's too interested in taking a fight until his fellow friend comes in. As you can see, they're pretty much just going to be pushing everyone else away. That's going to be a 4-man stun, allowing Lutpi to actually allow the rest of Fnatic Onyx to come straight in, but that doesn't look good at all. The Dominant Blast from Chaknu channels up, but it doesn't have the flicker to flicker in to get everyone stunned up.
I'm liking what we're seeing here. Omega looks like that momentum they got from the earlier fight did actually hold on a second here.
Immediately, the Keyboy was hoping that he'll be able to open things up, but it got completely taken out instead.
Onyx kind of underestimating their opponents a little bit here, and it is good to see Omega actually making proactive decisions across the map. I get the feeling the coach has talked to these players during the break.
Ukir, HP not looking that healthy, but Lutfi right now, he was hoping that he'll be able to do a little bit more when it comes down to being able to bruise for his team. The rest of the members from Smart Omega is just going to be congregating right here onto the turtle. This spear of the spear of misery is just going to be landing us down. It doesn't seem like it's going to be much of a destruction, but in the meantime, it does seem like Ryota is going to go down before the Earth Shatter is going to be landing on anyone, while the Numenon Blast is only landing on the Kyrie, allowing them to buy a little bit more time before Kyrie deals enough damage. But alas, it is still a 2-man death from the side of Smart Omega.
Yeah, good spacing there from Onyx. Smart Omega, again, I do like that they're making these proactive plays. They zone out the turtle pit, get the objective without too much problem. But it was the retreat that they had to be the most careful of, because there's no reason that Onyx would stay that long and without trying to mount aggression on the objective if they didn't have a different goal in mind. That which being catching Omega while they're disengaging after claiming the turtle.
Smart Omega seems like they have been playing disengage for the longest time ever. Like, they don't really want to engage on their opponents, or they do not want to go all in, despite their draft requiring them to kind of pop their ultimates and hope for the best. In the meantime, Eternal Guard coming in from Fnatic Onyx. Not exactly sure what is the main idea of expending that Eternal Guard. But to be fair, it's only 50 seconds until the Lord appears. So it seems like a statement from Fnatic Onyx that we don't want to fight, we want to wait for the Lord.
It can just be used as a measure of scouting to provide vision and make sure that Omega can't go for any aggro. And answer your question about Omega, like it feels weird that they're not trying to catch people because they have a comp where they want to burst their ultimates down. This is a counter-engage composition. They are very good at punishing Onyx when they're the ones jumping in and they're waiting for those opportunities. Yes, they could make catches with heroes like the Edith and Lolita, but since they seem to enjoy playing more as a 5-man unit, I think this is a bit more like accustomed to their gameplay.
Accustomed to the gameplay. It's kind of working on kind of playing on a whim per se.
No, not really. I think it's going with what they're more used to. Because they've already made some proactive decisions, but it's not in team fights, it's more in macro, right? It's them deciding, okay, we're gonna push S5, take a free tower down bottom, okay, we're gonna group around the turtle pit, and then whenever Onyx engages, then they respond.
So, in the end of the day, what exactly do we want to see from Smart Omega? Because we have been mentioning we want to see them being aggressive, while in the meantime, they are also a counter-engage comp. It kind of seems counterintuitive for us to be able to mix aggression and counter-engage if they really want to play to their win conditions.
Oh, you absolutely can. You can play the map in a way that forces your opponent to fight
engage on you. Ah, okay, I get it. So that actually means that Chaknu have got a lot of things to bear. There's a lot of burden on him. He gotta have to open up the map enough. He gotta have to be the threat. He gotta have to make sure that Fnatic Onyx don't claim parts of the jungle or claims parts of the river. Is that right?
Yes, technically, but I don't think there's as much of a burden on Chaknu as you may think. Because the way that Smart Omega plays is together anyway, so I don't think they have to worry too much about that. Because it's not just Chaknu that can punish engages, it's not just Chaknu that can scout brushes, right? We do actually have Ryuta to help do that. Even Endoryu can kind of participate here and there. So, because Chaknu doesn't have to worry about protecting his team, he can do things like that.
Oh, super aggressive. We're just gonna be running it down onto Fnatic Onyx, and that is gonna be the Numenor Blast that lands onto Sans, activates onto the Flicker to ensure that he will be able to put quite a bit of distance from him to the opponents. And Doryu, though, he did manage to successfully take a kill down to the Lutby, even though he went for the Bravest Warriors, hoping that he can create even more gap. Keyboy doesn't seem too healthy as well. Fnatic Onyx, one by one, is just falling to the hands of Smart Omega, or rather, they are just kind of cycling all these damage.
Was there some miscommunication there? I don't know why CW blinked into his Sphere of Destruction when the rest of Onyx was running away, but okay, free kill for Omega, free Lord, and that was really nice. Chaknu actually taking the proactive decision to jump in, flicker, Numenor Blast, catch people, and then Omega just collapses. And this is what we want to see. There is adaptation. Omega is realizing that because of the composition and gameplay style of Onyx, they don't usually stick together. If you find someone, more often than not, they are alone.
Just from that one fight, that has allowed Smart Omega to almost break even when it comes down to the economical difference. They're only looking at what, close to 1,000 gold deficit, and I'm pretty sure that they will be able to do a lot more from that.
I think they can do a lot more with this. What they have to worry about is Onyx is going to adjust a little bit now. You can see that they're actually playing a bit closer together because they realize that Omega is taking advantage of them trying to open up the map individually. So Keyboy is trying to bait movement here, which they will.
Moskov is currently at the top lane. As such, Smart Omega understands that if they want to make a move, now's the time. But do note, it is global presence Moskov after all. They're gonna have to really watch out for the Spear of Destruction. In the meantime, Jom really putting himself out there, poking out Keyboy just so that the Lord will be granted a few more hits onto the turret. As such, he's just gonna be running right in. The rest of the members of Smart Omega, they're just waiting and biding their time, while Moskov is just working onto the top lane. This allows Keyboy to jump right in first. He sacrifices himself, allowing that kill. That is going to be a trade between Endoryu as well as Keyboy, but Lutby is going to be the next one onto the chopping block, retaliate with onto Ryota. Kyukir, Chaknu, and Jom, they understand that this is not the time for them to continue playing it out, while Moskov, he understands that he wants to join into the fight. Kyrie, with a quick little enhanced chain, hoping that he will be able to do enough. Chaknu activates the bulwark, allowing himself to run a little bit further, but CW doesn't seem like he really wants to let him get away.
Onyx is attempting to break tempo from Smart Omega. You can see that they're experimenting with different timings of taking engagements because they realize that Omega is uncharacteristically looking for fights themselves. They were trying to bait movement, which they did, weren't quite prepared for how deep Omega might dive in, but then instantly adjusted to try and retake the fight when Omega had already used multiple resources. Omega still has an advantage here, even though the net worth isn't quite in their favor, but they need to make sure they are ready for further adjustments, because if they keep trying to go for the same strategy, that is what is going to bite them in the butt.
In fact, biting them on the rear is something that I believe that Fnatic Onyx would want to do, because it has been, I think, in the past 2 or 3 team fights whereby Smart Omega has quite literally been sticking together like a glue. But for now, Keyboy immediately with the way out Dragon onto Ryota, that is going to be a big amount of that's going to be a big kill for the side of Fnatic Onyx. As such, that is going to be the Numenor Blast from the side of Chaknu, hoping that he'll be able to create a little bit more of a diversion onto the side of Fnatic Onyx. For the Smart Omega going down one after another. CW activates himself and being able to get 2 kills, allowing the rest of Fnatic Onyx to wipe out Smart Omega. It does seem like the top lane inhibitor turret is already destroyed, and Smart Omega with no one in around the home. Fnatic Onyx very easily clinches this victory.
A good attempt by Smart Omega and notable improvements made to their gameplay, but still not quite enough to pull the wool over the eyes of Fnatic Onyx, who will claim victory in game number 1 and officially eliminate Omega's chances of moving on into the next round.
That's a big statement from the side of Fnatic Onyx. Omega, unfortunately, the 2-0 dream is no longer possible. But the show gonna have to run anyways, so we are definitely looking out for game number 2 from them. Let us invite Terrence back onto the panel. What do you have for us?
You know, what a game. It's a bounce of froth on identifying how they want to win those games and set up their win conditions here. Both Fnatic and Onyx as well as Smart Omega played this really well by understanding how they understand the tempo of the game itself here. And I have to give props to Smart Omega because they forced Fnatic Onyx as much as they could to actually play towards their strengths, which is clumping up as 5, force a fight with them, and then burst them all down with the Deadly Catch as well as the Numenor Blast, which worked out. And when Fnatic Onyx realized that this isn't working out, buying time for CW to get his farm by going for cross-map plays was so smart, because at this point in the game, CW, he may have made one mistake, but because of how far ahead he was able to catch back up, he's able to do so much more relevant damage, which kind of destroys the purpose of having the shield coming from Chaknu as well.
I would say that the top lane push down from the side of CW was ultimately the pivot for FNOC. I would say that at one point in time, Omega and FNOC, they are kind of neck and neck, right as if the lot was taken. But during all of the situation, CW knows that if I wanted to join the team fight, I can join in any time. But that is quite reliant on the Spear of Destruction. What if the Spear of Destruction don't land?
Yeah, that is going to be a lot of what-if situations coming from the pro players here. But ideally, I think the winning factor and turning point for Fnatic Onyx here is got to be Keyboard catching on towards under you. Because think about this. Smart Omega's composition is designed in a way where we want to put you in a choke spot and just one-shot everybody. If you make one small little micro mistakes, the Deadly Catch is going to one-shot you. The Terrify coming from Valentina is going to catch you off guard. Ryota is going to chain stun you to death, and etc. In this case, the moment Keyboy got a catch onto his under down bottom, which stops their main damage output to kind of chunk down through Kyrie, chunk down through Sans, chunk down CW as well, was pretty much the turning point where I say, hey, you know what, I can bounce back. And that is where Smart Omega kind of dropped the ball.
So, with that all said, with the goal and XP draft, it really comes down to the point whereby Smart Omega have found some ways to create some turbulence over to the side of Fnatic Onyx. I really hope that it would have been a bullish graph for Smart Omega at one point in time, but it has never dipped. They have never made Fnatic Onyx dip so low to the point of deficit just yet.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? You would notice, because anyone looking at this game from a third-person perspective would think, oh, the gold and EXP must have been going back and forth throughout the whole game. No. Onyx was in control the entire time. Did they make mistakes? Yes. But I think those mistakes were made to try and test the waters and figure out what the next angle of approach is going to be. Because you will notice, Smart Omega, even though they're playing more aggressively now, which is what we want to see, they're still playing in the same way. They're grouping up as 5, but this time they're just, running at them as 5 instead. When you group as 5, you can split push the map, you can find farm, you can accelerate your EXP, which is what Onyx is doing. And you will notice, even though Omega were engaging every fight the same way, Onyx were changing their timing.
Yeah, amazing stuff coming from them as well here. And let's talk a little bit more on the MVP here. It's got to be Kyrie on the Julian. He's 5-1-7. He's been positioning himself in a way he's able to kind of make a lot of counter plays as well alongside the Vexana every single time. And for him to go for those enhanced scythes, the enhanced swords, the enhanced chains combo as well, he's been switching it up between wave clear as well as trying to catch one of the members coming from Smart Omega from time to time. So I believe a lot of these highlights here, there are a lot of instances where he is always looking for flank angles to kind of set up for kills.
As you can see from all these replays, Kyrie is understandably one of the most important players from the side of Fnatic Onyx, where he's the only one that really possesses a massive amount of burst throughout the entirety of the game. As long as he is in control of his abilities and know when he gotta have to get out of teamfights using enhanced sword, or if he can play aggressive and greedy with the enhanced scythe, those are pretty much pivotal to Fnatic Onyx. The moment that Smart Omega actually puts a lot of threat onto Kyrie in the early or the mid stages of the game, I think that they should be able to create a lot more angles for them to disable Kyrie and put him in a 7 seconds cooldown. And during that 7 seconds cooldown, Smart Omega could have fought back and really bruised the front line of Fnatic Onyx even more. But unexpectedly, Kyrie's positioning is the most important thing that we gotta have to look out for. That's why Smart Omega can't find those angles.
I do also want to give a shout out to the player that is allowing Kyrie to find these positionings. Lutpi on the Lapu Lapu was very pivotal in this game, because you saw the way that Smart Omega was playing. Every single time that a new target showed up, they kind of shifted their attention to making sure they got rid of him first. And oftentimes, this was Lutpi because he's jumping into the backline to deal with Vexana and the Roger, right? Yes, he ends up dying a lot for it, but he's doing his job of enabling Kyrie to cycle through his abilities multiple times. And also, good shout out to Keyboy at the very last engagement, because you saw how aggressively Smart Omega pushed out. They got lulled into a false sense of security because they've been the ones engaging fights the whole time. They think, we'll just push out onto the map and look for them again. But Onyx are ambushing them.
I think I kind of brought this up during the drafts as well, right? Like, the idea that Fnatic Onyx has is that their biggest strength is that they have a lot of split push potential. Their only win condition is that they needed to bob and weave. So during the middle stage of the game here, Ludwig was that guy to kind of bait spells. But guess what? Smart Omega wasn't biting, and because of that, he's died a couple of times because of the kind of taste. And because of that, they switched up their attacks and then figured out which worked and which didn't work, and then found the solution to actually close out the game.
So hopefully by the end of that game number 1, Smart Omega will be able to change things up a little bit and of course kind of prepare themselves for what may be coming in the near future, because this is important for Smart Omega. This is one of the few times whereby they are able to fight one of the top dogs without too much of without too much stake, because at this point in time they are already out. Might as well take this time to experiment a little bit more. So game number 2 undoubtedly is definitely gonna be a lot more flavorful. So make sure you guys tune back in for game number 2 between Smart Omega versus FNOC right after this short break.
Remember to subscribe.
Dinh thọ tin nô zo tu ber thing pui le Ha tu na hun no piang a coffee le Thế thì không nấp piang a chẳng tùy ta khi
Tha lei thui thác Fran dry cake with tha ber nen. Taste good, happy mood.
twerk for? How many strip clubs that you work for? You a beast type of hoe you get murked for? I can tell a lot about a girl on the first twerk, 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 twerk. I can tell a lot about a girl on the twerk.
वेलकम हो तो ऐसा ₹2000 का वेलकम बोनस जैसा आज ही खेलो on rummycircle.com और रहो एक कदम आगे।
इस खेल में आदत लगना या आर्थिक जोखिम संभव है, जिम्मेदारी से खेलें।
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show here in Stream B, where we have just concluded the game between Smart Omega PH versus Fnatic Onyx from Indonesia. And because of the conclusion of that game number 1, Smart Omega unfortunately has been eliminated from the chances of going over to the playoffs. Fnatic Onyx, the Porcupine, have pretty much pricked out this Omega team.
Oh boy, this is gonna be I would say a very, very good improvement for me for Smart Omega. But their chances of making it to playoffs is gonna be a little bit difficult here. And as you can see, I think 3 of us here, for once, we're all united, you know, just predicting 2-0s all the way for Fnatic Onyx.
You know, there is a theme for today.
What?
And the theme is a 2-0 theme for Stream B. Ooh. At least for me, that is my prediction. That is the reason why I'm wearing these socks. Donut socks.
Donuts. Oh, we can actually see it because our predictions are blocking it.
Oh yeah, don't worry. You guys will see the donut in a short little bit.
Yeah, you gotta put it higher.
I gotta pull it higher.
There we go.
There we go. Hey.
Oh. Camera, go to abstract.
So many O's. So many O's. so many O's.
But yeah, it is a bit unfortunate that we have so little faith in Omega that all of us predict they're going to be losing 2-0 here.
Yeah. Well, statistics don't lie.
Yeah, that's what I'm just gonna basically say. Based on their gameplay thus far, there is a reason why we all predicted this same score. And while I think we saw good improvement from them there, it still wasn't quite enough. They're still missing something.
I mean, it is a tall order after all for them to get themselves this clean win, and they gotta have to take things a step at a time.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to do it a little bit slow, and eventually they might be able to face off against FNOC again in the near future, or perhaps even in Season 6 of the Snapdragon Challenge Finals, or rather the entirety of the Snapdragon Mobile. So without further ado, I believe that we do have a game number 2 that is ready for us. And what are you guys gonna expect from this? Will Smart Omega, kind of troll around a little bit, or do you think they will play serious, or kind of experiment?
I think this is a perfect game for Fnatic Onyx to kind of try out the Juicin, to be honest.
Or even for Fnatic Onyx?
Yeah.
Okay.
For first pick, they should take the Juicin. Like Smart Omega, if they let it through, I don't think they want to, but it's okay to kind of test the waters on how far this Juicin is going to be pushed to the limits in the right hands. Right?
But would that be a responsibility for Fnatic Onyx or Smart Omega to ban?
I think it comes down to Smart Omega banning it. I feel like Fnatic Onyx is very eager to jump on the bandwagon and say,
right,
hey, is this good? Because so far, if you think about this here, it has been Zas. Today is the day where, what is Zas?
What is Zask? Zask is...
You know what's really surprising? I was looking at a glimpse onto the match between Rebellion versus AP Bread. I didn't see a single Zas.
Not banned, not picked?
Not yet.
Okay.
Interesting. I mean, we do personally believe that Zask is a little boring to watch. You can't deny that he's very effective.
Okay, it's banned now. It's banned now.
But yeah, looks like they do ban it out. But now this creates a very tricky situation, because if Omega bans Zusin as their final ban, you are giving Kyrie Ling and... Yeah, or Hayabusa or anything like that.
Yeah,
okay, Link's gone.
Link's gone.
So
but
Juicin is
still available. Juicin is available. But yep.
See, called it. The predictor. Icy Baby can see the future.
So Sans is going to be the one that is going to be piloting onto this Juicin, unless the concept of a Juicin roam is going to happen. But it doesn't feel like a key point thing. But Smart Omega, they responded by stealing away that Hayabusa off of the hands of Fnatic Onyx, since that Hayabusa is definitely available for Kyrie to pick up.
I think it doesn't really matter what Curry can or cannot play here. It's more like how they want to learn and improve their gameplay as a team, right? It's not very often you get opportunities to kind of play with international teams. And so far, I think Fnatic already...
There's two kind of stakes.
Because of their current position, their stakes isn't that high to a point that, they need to win this game. They need to prepare for the bigger picture. And personally, I think the playoffs, when they compete the playoffs, that is going to be the bigger picture for them. So understanding the limitations of a Juicin is going to be very, very important. I think one of the interviews coming from YRG, they have already mentioned here, it's not really that much of an issue here. They have figured out the ways on how to deal with it. But that's the thing. They said it, but not every single team is confident in saying that.
So when it comes down to Fnatic Onyx, they have responded really quickly by picking up a Edith for themselves, as there isn't a lot of Romans that will classify to justify picking up Concussive Blast for their emblem. So at least for Edith, that is definitely something available for them, and they are definitely going to pick that out. Followed by Julian. It worked out in game number 1. Let's work with game number 2 again.
In addition, Edith is one of the few heroes that can actually match Arlet in flexibility during the draft. And since Smart Omega already have an Arlet, Fnatic Onyx don't actually know whether this hero is going into Roam or EXP, so Edith kind of plays a similar role and works well with Zixin, as you mentioned, for helping with that wave clear if they decide that it goes over the Keyboy instead.
I highly doubt that they will flex out this Edith.
Yeah, I don't think they would. Well, technically they can, they can put XP, they can put Roam. But I'm more curious on what Smart Omega is going to ban right now here. I'm pretty sure it's a no-brainer. They've got to ban Roger here, kind of limit CW's options in terms of marksman here. Like, I'm not sure why they're hesitating. Maybe they're just discussing on how they want to deal with Juicin. But all in all, I feel like taking away the top 3 S tiers is a pretty much a no-brainer. Yeah, okay, they lock it down.
I want to tackle on the topic about flexing the Edith. The moment that you flex out the Edith and put Edith in the EXP, what are the other available Romans that would work out with Juicin? Being able to wave clear fast enough?
I
you
think
have-
Angela is pretty
you
good.
have-
Rafaela is pretty good as well.
You have Grok.
Yeah, Grok.
Grok is the most obvious.
Grok.
Ruby,
Ruby is
works pretty well
amazing.
too. Cho even, if you wanted to
Cho, okay.
cancel the
Yep.
Hayabusa. So there's plenty of options.
That's
They don't
actually
have to worry
plenty, yeah.
too much about that. With Moskov and Roger banned, this leads me into thinking that CW might want to go for Beatrix at this point. Like for a lot
Beatrix?
of these older gold laners, CW, Benny, QT especially, you're gonna go to Beatrix if all the STs are out.
I'm not sure about the Brody pickup if they want to go for it, but now when
I
they
doubt
have
so.
the Aurora, this is going to be a tough one for CW round.
It's actually a possibility.
I think Clint is a safer option. Clint is definitely one of the safer options here based on what we're seeing right now. We're not expecting like a Fanny game this week,
Carry.
but no, looks like I'm
Carry.
wrong. They're bringing the carry. All right,
Wait,
a little
okay.
interesting.
So as much as I want to say that carry is good or carry is bad, in this case mostly when you pick up the carry is because you want to deal with very tanky front lines from the opponents by dealing true damage based off of their max HP. But this doesn't feel like a typical carry to me. Would there be a chance that we're looking at the tank carry that we have seen before?
I actually do think there's a good
Thunderbelt.
chance it's a Thunderbelt
Yeah,
carry,
Thunderbelt carry isn't too bad.
How about emblems? Is it that is it the is it the Festival of Blood together with
No.
the
I
Don't
still
think
think it's
so.
going to be Swift.
Weakness Finder?
Weakness Finder, maybe? Yeah.
Weakness
Oh,
Finder.
no, sorry. Quantum Charge will be
Quantum
a little bit
Charge.
safer, yeah.
Okay. As much as I really want to see a little bit more sustainability, but perhaps we'll find out a little while later.
Well-
As we have the entire roster that is just going to be locked down, Smart Omega, they are going to be settling down with a Grok onto their final pick.
Onyx, they bring in the Kufra to deal with the Harif mobility as well as the Haya. I like this. They've got a lot of answers to this. They've got a lot of CCs. You know, I think that's the thing about Juicy, right? You need to have heroes that has a lot of CC for you to build up those stacks in order to use the Lantern and drag somebody back into the play. So in this case, Fnatic Onyx, they have a decent amount of CCs, decent amount of AoEs here, whereas Smart Omega, they're banging on the fact that I think it comes down to who catches each other's tempo. So that's something that I think Smart Omega has put a very, very solid lineup to test Fnatic Onyx draft.
A pretty scary lineup when it comes down to Fnatic Onyx. When it comes, especially when Terrence did mention the Kufra plus choosing combination working on Hayabusa, real scary. But with that all said, we are gonna be jumping into game number 2 between Fnatic Onyx versus Smart Omega. Thank you, Terrence, onto the panel. We will invite him again once game number 2 is over. How is this gonna be like? Is it a 2-0 in favor for Fnatic Onyx, or will Smart Omega be able to defy the gods and give us a 1-1?
I guess we'll find out, won't we, ladies and gentlemen? Game number 2 on it. Currently 1 game up on Smart Omega. Considering that Omega is already officially eliminated from the competition, there are no longer any stakes in this game for them, and it is a chance for them to just bring something out for the sake of pride.
So right off the bat, we are looking at both of the junglers trying to be as fast as possible, and it doesn't seem like they are working in the same way. Fnatic Onyx have decided to start off on the gold side, while for the side of Smart Omega, they decided to start from the EXP side. So at least there is some form of vertical jungling from Kyrie to work on. He didn't really do what we saw in game number 1, whereby he start off in the EXP, end up on the gold, and then level 3 immediately start poking the gold later.
He actually decided not to gank at level 3, which is a very common move for Julian, and I think that is respecting the possibility of Smart Omega grouping up together and roaming, because they have a Grok and an Aurora. If he runs into the wrong brush, he will get caught. There's a very good chance he gets taken out, especially since he figures Endoryu will likely be close to level 4 as well. But because of the way that Keyboy has been assisting in stealing camps, the Hayabusa actually a little behind on EXP.
So right here in the middle lane, Endoryu unfortunately is just a shy bit away from getting the Ogi shadow kill. As such, Keyboy didn't manage to find himself running away real quickly with just a sliver of health.
Looks like Kyrie actually gonna focus on just hard scaling this game. Despite the fact that he knows he already has a level lead on Endoryu, Fnatic Onyx not interested in contesting Turtle.
Yeah, so honestly, Smart Omega, they want to focus onto these standing objectives. Endoryu, unfortunately and definitely not on the same level as Kyrie. Kyrie and friends seems like they want to skill up a little bit more for the later parts, but in the meantime, middle lane seems like we do have Ryota that finds himself being airborne and comboed out with the Edith, but somehow Ryota manages to run away, while the Crimson Beacon coming from the side of Sans did manage to activate. Yoinks Chaknu back into the front lines, but it's not gonna do too much from that point on.
A good attempt from Onyx. You could see the combo of Zusin into the Edith for a lot of single target lockdown. The reason they didn't kill Ryota was because Ukir's timing was actually really good with the freeze from Aurora. It stopped them in their tracks before they could follow up and allowed Ryota to dash away.
There we go. That is gonna get another combo, but unfortunately Keyboy actually misses out the hit onto the side of Chaknu. The Goddess Barrier activates, and that is going to cut things out a little bit more as Andorio took that opportunity and brings Keyboy down.
I think Onyx themselves recognize that they'll probably have a little less damage compared to Omega early on, so I think they're just trying the hard scale to this stage where CW and Sans are going to be able to more effectively participate in team fights. And that means that this is a very valuable window for Omega. If they're able to stifle the aggression from Onyx and stop them from this scaling strategy, then they actually have a pretty good foothold in this game.
So coming up onto this, CW currently, he does have a 2100 gold onto himself, while unfortunately Jome, the master of all trades, with a total of 2500 gold. Okay, we're just gonna see a little bit of a change from the start of CW. He's slowly trying to climb up and go as much as possible, but the top two, when it comes down to the gold leaderboard, is kind of flicking around between Jome and Endorius, suggesting that Smart Omega, they're actually doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, I think though, what Onyx is doing is they're trying to play for late game. Hold on.
A really good jump right down the Jome, but not quite enough, or it's not exactly something that Fnatic Onyx wants to continue.
Yeah, I think Onyx wants to play for late game because we already know how scary Zusin is when she has 3 items. We know how scary Carrie can be when she has her Trinity completed. So even though they have Kyrie on the Julian, who should be able to snowball off of kills early on with Keyboy, it looks like they're committing to the full team scaling strategy and beating Omega at their own game, basically. Like saying, we're gonna play for late game instead. You guys can try all you want, but if you can't stop us, then we just win automatically once we hit around that 15-16 minute mark.
I mean, it's not quite necessary for a Julian to work off of Snowball. It's definitely great to be able to, but it is not a necessity. Julian will still be very, very viable, even if if the Julian is completely neck and neck with the opponent's jungler. There is still a lot of damage output coming in from the enhanced scythe, regardless. And Julian is one of those heroes where you are able to you choose exactly what you want out of a team fight. You have escape mechanism, you have engage mechanism, you have burst potential, all in a single kit of a Julian. So Kyrie will want to be as flexible as possible, and I agree, just leave it to Sans, wait for the perfect opportunity. Once Sans be able to pick up the Clock of Destiny, I think that is where Chusin will be a lot more aggressive, and that is where Fnatic Onyx will come in together with that aggression.
Well, looks like we're back. Very nice, and thank you once again to our marshals for resolving things so quickly.
Well, the Tyrant's Rage did manage to land onto Ukir, forces Ukir to actually work with the... Oh, it kind of seems as though it was the crown, but it's not gonna be the case. We do have Ukir joining back to the team fight once again, being able to get a kill on the Sans. Lutpi, the next one down. The Keyboy jumps in, Tyrant's Revenge, lands on top of the Andorio. Kyrie took the opportunity and brings him down. The turtle will now be slain by the hands of Kyrie. And now Fnatic Onyx really happy with the results. They have only lost Sans as well as Lutpi for quite a bit of a favor.
We can actually... I feel like that last sequence is... Oh, wow, it's not over.
Yeah, Kyrie still want to be aggressive on Ukir, but Ukir still within the heart of the turret and right under the nose of it. This is gonna be safe and sound for now.
Oh, I don't know if Kyrie knew Jome was in there, but he just found him by accident.
But I don't think that Jome will want to continue the fight, as now he purifies himself, ensuring that he would not go down or would not be yoinked out by Sans. But it doesn't seem like it is going to be enough, as he is going to go straight down. The next one on the chopping block is going to be Chaknu. That combination coming from Kyrie and Sans is unfortunately not going to be activated just yet, allowing Chaknu to slip off.
He actually wasted his wild charge though, so that's actually something Onyx was able to bait out. I like that Andoria used the opportunity to steal away the purple buff, so a little bit of a win there from Omega. But you can see Onyx just upping the momentum the moment they won that previous team fight. They had a really good presence of mind that even though they already lost Lutpi and the rest early on, they still targeted Andoria and got the turtle.
As the rest of Fnatic Onyx, they are drawing a line on the entire map. Keyboy is right above of the second tier defense turret in the bottom lane, while the rest of Fnatic Onyx will just going in to steal the opponent's purple buff. Smart Omega knew enough to not jump in and not jump the gun. As we have said before, Smart Omega seems to have a pretty good trigger discipline, and they're just really observing what goes on around the map.
Yeah, I hope that they don't take too long though, because right now the game is going exactly what Onyx wanted it to be. And by the way, when we discussed during the draft, we wondered that this could be a Thunderbolt carry. No, CW is going for the Trinity, and I think that is in line with what Onyx is doing. If they were aiming to fight a lot early on, Thunderbolt carry makes sense. But if they're going for the scaling instead, then just going straight for your damage items is the obvious choice.
Yeah, and I think the Fnatic Onyx is really happy with the progression thus far. In the meantime, the final slash is going to be landing on 3, but unfortunately it doesn't seem like Chaknu will be able to land any much out over the wild charge. Well, and Doru goes on to the backline, was hoping he will be able to do enough damage on the Lutpi as he goes after the primal range. Keyboy all alone, hoping that he will be able to do something, but he's going to be in the hearts of Smart Omega, allowing a double kill on top of Jome. The next one they want to do is to bring down the tier 1 in the middle lane as soon as possible.
And this is what Smart Omega needs to continue doing. They are thriving in the chaos of battle. If they're able to just run down Onyx at this stage, Onyx, who is committed for a scaling playstyle, is not going to be able to quite respond in kind. A lot of that thanks to Ukir controlling the front lines and making sure that Onyx is being punished for walking too far in front. I think Lutpi is still doing a great job. He was on top of Andoryu that entire fight, and that is why Kyrie was still able to get the turtle despite the disadvantage, but it cost him his life. So Omega actually evening up the odds right now. Net worth difference basically 0.
Yeah, there is almost nothing at all. So Smart Omega came into that fight pretty effectively with Keyboy and Kyrie down. They are definitely working their way into something a little bit of a bigger scale of things later on. But what exactly will Smart Omega do right now? Because they managed to take down the T1 in the middle lane and the top lane. The bottom lane still is a little bit of a threat, because as you can see, Smart Omega lost T1 and T2 in the bottom lane. They're gonna have to really watch out for any potential split push from the side of Fnatic Onyx.
Split pushing, it seems to be one of Omega's biggest weaknesses, because again, this is a team that really plays closely together and is able to win team fights through that way.
They have a Hayabusa though.
Yeah, Andoryu was doing split pushing earlier on, but you can see that he doesn't do it quite as actively as Onyx. They're just splitting their members all the time. When they group up, they instantly try to make something happen, and if it doesn't work, then they spread again.
I would say the Fnatic Onyx definitely will have some macro plays in order to get themselves the turrets. Like that drawing a line in the bottom lane is what they wanted and what they did. But for now, it is going to be the wall charge that is going to be landing right down on Lutpi, and a chain frost down onto Lutpi brings him down. And this is the fight for Onyx as they are going to be retaliating. Kyrie gets himself a single kill, but Jome takes him down instead. A really good vengeance fight. While Jome, he runs back with a really good synchro chrono dash to get himself a little bit more shields. Smart Omega, they still have quite a lot of people to work around. And Dory with the Ogi Shadow kill brings Sans down. Immediately brings himself all the way back onto the Shadow to be safe and sound. This is Smart Omega's retaliation. Bring 3 men down and having the priority on top of the Lord.
This is what we want to see. Omega taking advantage of Onyx wanting to split the map to find a tempo in between rotations where they can really punish them. And I think they actually did find a great window of opportunity there, immediately engaging. Out of everyone they found, they actually did wall charge Lutpi, which is a very important target because he's the one in charge of disrupting the backline. So without him, you could see Onyx just kind of falter a lot more. On top of that, something people may have missed, Keyboy was charging up a Tyrant's Revenge in the bush to kind of initiate and stop the members of Smart Omega from diving his team, but he got cancelled by Final Slash.
I missed that out.
The Arlet actually scouted the bush without knowing for sure that Keyboy was in there and cancelled him mid-charge animation.
Ooh, that must really hurt for Fnatic Onyx. That would explain the outcome of that team fight. Although I gotta say that combination when it comes down to all of the lockdown combined from Chaknu and Ukir, Lutpi actually have got no way of retaliating. Like, he's just rooted down, he's stunned all the way, he's frozen down to the core. There's no fighting back.
It's not a lot you can do because like as an Edith, you usually soak a bit of damage, then you go into your alt mode and then you dish out that damage back. But this hero is actually weak to being heavily locked down because if you can't alt, you really don't do all that much. And he only has a Thunderbelt right now. So not a lot of defensive items to survive an onslaught like that.
Yeah, he's still half building his items. He does have a robe as well as the half item of Dom Ice. So he's kind of working his way on, just kind of double dipping his toes. So it will take some time before he will be able to get some full item. As I believe that we can get some value out of Terrence because we are already 10 minutes into this game. So Terrence, what do you have for us?
You know, I think it comes down to win conditions, right? Like Smart Omega, they have a very solid trump positions and I feel like they're playing around Uke really, really well because of this Aurora pickup. And a lot of people kind of anticipated in this current patch as well. Hey, Zas. You know, it's either Zas, Vexana, Valentina. Aurora is one of those very, very underrated one because of the fact on how spammable its spells are. And it's not the type of spells where, oh, it's just a Novaria first skill. Oh, it's just a casual Farsa stun. It doesn't really hurt that much. But in Aurora's case, those setups are very, very life-threatening to a point where if you get hit by one of it, you will think it's like nothing. But if you stack it over time, it is a bigger setup for your teammates to kind of whittle you down because it's a very, very strong peel tool. And I think in Smart Omega's case, they're utilizing it very much more better compared to Sans, who's currently in a situation where you have this Juicine. Hey, I'm dropping my lanterns. Great. Is it life-threatening? Not really. You know, even Jome as well, he was able to time the Purifies a couple of times to kind of dodge Lantern, like 9 seconds here at the last tick before the lift. He purifies it away, cancels out the lift, and then resets the entire stack for Sun. So, I think so far, a lot of teams have struggled with Zusin in a sense where if you're snowballing, great, amazing hero. But if you're not on the 50-50, you do need that Brute Force Bracelet as a third item or maybe even a third to fourth item power spike before you see the full effects of this Juicin. And so far, Sans has not even close to those timings yet. And even his third item progression, he's not even going for the Brute Force Bracelet.
What is he actually going for?
He actually went for the Blood Wings.
He does have a, he does have a Clock of Destiny
He's
right
got
now.
a Clock and Blood Wings.
Blood Wings too.
Not too sure if he intends to go for Brute Force Breastplate as
I mean,
the
he's
third
tanky
item.
now. He's pretty tanky, so...
It's enough, but you usually need that third item before Zusin really becomes the hero that you can never run away from. So I think it's very good that Omega has decided, alright, we gotta play for this timing, we gotta rush them down, and they're able to punish because what Terrence highlighted about the Aurora is actually correct. I do feel like them playing around Ukir has been the main point of what's been allowing them to get this lead.
Right. So since we are now back to the game, thank you so much to Terrence for coming in with that interjection. Gives us a really good idea about what we should be looking out for. Namely, it is going to be Ukir. With the Lord that's just going to be marching down middle lane, Fnatic Oni have got quite a bit to work with as we now have got the final slash landing right down onto Lutfi. Again, when it comes down to the Frigid Frost, making sure that he will not be able to retaliate or do anything at all. Keyboy, unfortunately, is going to be the next one onto the chopping block. Smart Omega doing an amazing job thus far before it even lands onto the inhibitor turret. Smart Omega have already taken 2.
They're coming in with vengeance right here. Onyx have done a good job. They've cleared up the Lord, so they only take a little bit of damage on their inhibitor, but Omega is just pushing it.
There's still the holy defense, as now all of the creeps is just going to be wiped out already. Smart Omega, they are working on a counter-strafing kind of game, and they still manage to take out more kills onto Kairi and CW.
This is probably the best that Smart Omega have looked thus far, and they seem a lot more confident with the way that they're executing their team fights. Perhaps the pressure of no longer having to play to claim a spot in the playoffs is lifting a bit of a weight off their minds, because you're seeing the way that they're taking these fights is really good. They have players diving in the backline, taking control, causing disruption. Again, Ukir being a very important role, because Lutfi is not getting to do the typical Edith thing. He's just getting bursted the moment the fight starts. And that means that this hero kind of amounts to nothing.
It's kind of scary what a Aurora can really bring onto the table. To whoever just kind of looking at Edith and finds that Edith is really annoying, or in fact, any annoying tank per se, Aurora comes in real clutch to really just disable that one frontliner. Smart Omega is working out this front to back very darn effectively.
What Onyx will need to do now is again adapt and change their positioning. The reason why Lutpi is always getting bursted at the start of the fight is the way that Kufra works is that he actually waits a bit. Hold on.
Yep, he waits a bit and he lands. As now he did manage to get a really nice lockdown to Chaknu, but Chaknu flickers away and they is barely alive. Fnatic Onyx used quite a bit just to get him down, but it's not too big of a deal as the Lord will be back in only 10 seconds, which will take some time for Fnatic Onyx to get their ultimates back.
Yeah, CW are gonna need to wait until I think he's full items before he can really burst down a player like Chaknu. If it's anyone else, I think he'd be able to get rid of them there, but the Grok actually is pretty tanky at this stage, even having that Dominance Ice to slow down CW's damage overall. So,
Keyboy in the action, lands on the Chaknu, but it's not gonna be a motivation to start a fight.
yeah, I think that is why Smart Omega, they want to be the ones in control of the fight, and Onyx doesn't want to force a situation when they know they're already behind in farm. So a bit of a gentleman's agreement there to back off.
Oh, Sans gets himself running backwards with the Crimson Beacon. Lutpi manages to land a pretty nice Earth Shatter, just disengaging for the entirety of Fnatic Onyx. But now they found us a little bit of opportunity while really whittling down the HP of Chaknu. So the quick little conceal gets himself running away. The Lord priority ultimately will go over to the side of Fnatic Onyx for now.
That was very dangerous positioning by Sans right there. We know that Zeusin can eat some damage, but he came dangerously close to being picked off. So Onyx actually followed up on that well by punishing Omega for diving into the jungle to try and finish off the Zeusin. No casualties though, so we end up being reset to 0 and maybe dealing with a bit of a Lord dance here. And I also have to note, Sans' third item is a glowing wand. It is not a brute force breastplate, so he's actually not very tanky.
I would say that with the Blood Wings, it allows him to be relatively tanky already. So I would say give and take, right? You kind of change it away, change the Brute Force Breastplate away for a Blood Wings. You constantly get yourself the amount of shields, which allows you as a Jusin to play poke. So when you poke the opponents, they poke back, you have your shields, and once your shield is depleted, you join back to the fight, you join back to poke later, you get back those shields. It's essentially some form of renewable health.
Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. I mean, that is the reason why we see Blood Wings being used by so many different heroes nowadays. It's just such an efficient item overall. But because of the way Zeusin works, you do typically want to also have that Brute Force Breastplate. Because that is the point...
crowd control, right?
Yeah, that is the point where Zeusin is kind of difficult to get rid of. And by going for Glowing Wand instead, it means that he is committing to actually a DPS playstyle, which is understandable, but risky.
I think that the main reason for the Glowing Wand really is just to deal with Jome. Jome is really darn annoying. I mean, 6:1:3 is the current scoreline, so we are looking at kind of like a front-to-back game from the side of Fnatic Onyx. They deal with the front lines, and then eventually onto Jome. They need to eventually be able to ensure that the shield generated by Jome is not going to out-heal the damage potential from Fnatic Onyx.
That is true. We have to remember that Necklace of Durance was combined into Glowing Wand, so it does offer those same properties without forcing your opponent to attack you in the same way that Dominance Ice does. Looks like Onyx, though, have actually been able to zone out Smart Omega, the Glowing Wand actually playing a role in slowly whittling down the opponent's HP and forcing them back to reposition. But will it be enough?
The next item for Sans definitely gonna have to be the Ice Queen's Wand, and once that item eventually pops up for Fnatic Onyx, I think Smart Omega will have to kind of play possum and be really afraid for any form of these poke potentials that Sans will be able to bring onto the board.
Looks like Onyx going to reset here. Got multiple members going back to regen HP. They're able to do this because you can see from the waves that Onyx have actually set up pushes onto Omega's half of the map, and because they see that their players are going to deal with that, they have a bit of free time to go back and regroup without risk of Omega maybe coming in and blitzing the Lord.
There we go, Tyrant's Revenge, Tyrant's Rage, landing right on top of Chaknu. This time Chaknu is the one that would not be able to do anything, but unfortunately Lutpi is going to be the next one onto the chopping block. Jome doesn't have a lot of HP left, thus he's just going to work under the beetle to get his HP back. Keyboy flickers himself backwards, bouncing ball, he's going to be safe and sound for now.
We can see now Smart Omega in a bit of a difficult situation. They still have the gold lead, but remember how I mentioned CW will only become a threat when he has his full items? Well, he does. He completed his Malefic Roar a little while ago, and you can see how difficult it is for people to stand up to him.
A waiting game down in the bottom lane. We have a very slow push for Fnatic Onyx, and they are just waiting for that opportunity. The moment that they see even one hero down in the bottom lane, expect aggression from Fnatic Onyx.
Smart Omega will need to make sure to deal with that, but they also got to make sure they have enough players here in the Lord Pit to prevent Onyx from doing the same thing, blitzing the Lord when they know they have a numerical advantage. Daknu gonna continue scouting.
And it does seem like Kyrie will be able to enhance and get the Lord down very amazingly. Keyboy, Kyrie, next one, down. Unfortunately, Chapnu is surprisingly still alive because of the immortality. As such, CW, Lutpi, and Sans, they're gonna have to go back all the way through. It all lies on the Sans. He's gonna have to pick people up and throw them right back. But Lutpi frozen down once again. Primal Wrath, he's gonna be staying alive for a little while longer. But Dome gets himself the godlike. The Lord pushes down and marches in from the bottom lane. Gives Fnatic Onyx a little chance to breathe. But is it really enough for Sans to defend this all alone against 4 members?
This is going to be a 4v1 situation. Another 10 seconds before K-Boy comes back. Omega could blitz this.
He can't clear waves fast enough, unfortunately. As such, Smart Omega gets himself the 1 game away from Fnatic Onyx, the 2-0 that I predicted. My socks, guys, my socks. It doesn't mean anything no more.
Your socks did not help us here, but I think Smart Omega are going to be very happy about that. Yes, it's not going to matter for making it into the playoffs, but it gives them a little bit of that pride back because they were able to take down a very powerful opponent.
Ice Queen's won, Glowing won, the Queen's Wings, Clock of Destiny onto the side of Sans. It doesn't have enough damage. It doesn't really do anything. That is the weakness that we see from Jusin. So perhaps playing the long game from FNOC didn't quite work out. What do you think about this, Terrace? Is it really about the late game that FNOC can't prepare for?
You know, that's the thing about Jusin, right? Like, it's either you go ultra late or you go mid game. In this case, Sans opted to go for the utility playstyle. So going for Glowing 1 and Ice Queen 1 is much necessary in a way to kind of set things up for his teammates. But the problem with this build is that it's so expensive. And the thing of how you need to build Jusin is you need to go for Clock of Destiny because of the mana issue. And then you need to go for Blood Wings for that additional movement speed. So that's the problem. 2 major items that is very, very expensive. And on top of it all, usually at this stage, you kind of need that Glowing Ones already in play. First item Glowing Ones, or maybe even second, or either a first item Ice Queen Ones to kind of set the fight in their favor. But when Sans went for this build means that he is going to sacrifice a lot of his tankiness, and which in this case, I think a perfect example of a great Jusin player so far in SPS tournament is got to be Sanji, right?
Sanji.
Like, how you play Jusin is pretty much you need to be very, very up and personal and pretty much being able to zone everyone on your own. And Sans hasn't been able to do that because of the composition that Omega has. Like, if he tries to walk up forward, Viola is there. Tries to walk up forward, Ukir is there. Tries to walk up forward, Chaknu is there to always pressure him from the sides. And I think prior to this fight, the moment Sans got all these 4 items, you can see the impact. But unfortunately, 4 of his teammates is down, and he just couldn't, drag it out a little bit longer here. Yeah. So I feel like in this situation, Fnatic Onyx, if they were able to drag the game another 3 to 4 minutes, I think this is where you start to see the power of Jusin.
Yeah, so for the side of Fnatic Onyx, they just kind of needed a little bit more time. The final slot onto Jusin is what will probably turn the tide around. But, I gotta have to say, Smart Omega, they went through the entirety of this game, they made very calculated risks, and they understood and identified who are the main few people to really bring down. As we saw that Lutpi constantly being frozen, constantly being called out time and time again. Zadafa, do you think that was one of the main key issues from the side of Fnatic Onyx?
100%. Not having Lutpi in all of these fights is basically taking a 4v5, and if you're taking a 4v5 and one of your heroes is Jusin, you already don't have enough damage to actually contest in that, right? And I think that's why Ukir ends up being the MVP here. Like, fair. All those freezes. This is a hero that's really good at disrupting the flow of a team fight. And Onyx kind of depends on that flow with a composition like this, so it messed with them a lot.
Frigid Frost is not a easy skill
Exactly.
to easy skill to land, which makes perfect sense for it to be a follow-up skill on top of perhaps the wild charge or perhaps onto the final swing.
You know, it comes down towards the power spike of the individual hero itself, right? Like Aurora, pay attention to how Uki has been very oppressive in all these fights, right? Even in minute 9 here, he's able to get a Blood Wings. The moment he got his Blood Wings as well as Genius Wands, everyone from side Fnatic Onyx is already struggling to kill him off. And even if they do kill him, he does have a passive that kind of give him that little free Winter Crown fallback to kind of extend those fights. And because of this, Fnatic Onyx has been struggling to deal with it. So that, again, it brings back to the question here, what were the win conditions for Sans as well as Ukir? Sans needed way much more time, a very, very late game eccentric compositions, whereas Ukir, you know, he's going to be oppressive right from get-go. So it comes down to who is able to punish who first. In this case, I feel like Smart Omega just understood their assignment a little bit better. They were given the tools to kind of execute. Yes, you have to give credit towards Fnatic Onyx with stealing the Lord, but unfortunately the lanes just wasn't favoring them.
So, Ukir, Aurora. It worked out great for them, and banning out the Zarsk is understandably very effective in this case. So if they're able to kind of repeat this again, that would be great. But the other question is also going to be if whether FNOC will actually want to go for a ban onto Aurora. Is it worth it or is it not?
It could be worth it, depending on what exactly it is that Onyx want to do in the next game. I personally hold the sentiment that Onyx actually were trying to test something out here, because this is a little bit different from what we usually see of them, right? Committing to a full late game scaling composition like this is a bit risky in a meta that really promotes aggressive gameplay. And they could have actually tried to go for stuff with Kyrie on the Julian. Instead, they gave a lot of free time to Omega. Basically, the early game, nothing happened. And that's exactly what Omega wants, right?
Yep.
This is a team that loves if nothing happens in the early game, because once they have some items, then they can fight 5v5, and that is where they are strongest.
I think I made a prediction before the first pick drafts where Fnatic Onyx kind of brought to the table, right? Like they have this win. They can kind of limit test on what they want to do. They got the Juicin, which is great. But what's the problem that Juicin have? You know, lack of damage. And they compensated with a triple mage composition, which I think it was very easy to itemize against from the side of Smart Omega. You've got Oracle on Jome, you've got Athena Show on Chaknu. That pretty much solves a majority of the damage output coming from Fnatic Onyx, whereas the physical part, only CW is got to worry about. And again, early to mid, you're not going to see CBW contribute a lot of damage yet. So again, like Safa said, they are banging on that late game potential.
Alright, so with that said, we are going to be jumping into a very short break and just going to clean up the battlefield in the land of Dawn. And until then, we have quite a bit of time, so I believe that we do have quite a little bit of interesting content lined up for you guys. So during that moment in time, make sure you guys preview the footage and enjoy your time. We'll be back again in a short little bit with the final game between Fnatic Onyx versus Smart Omega.
Give it up for your Snapdragon Pro Series champions, Team Onyx!
Hi, my name is Kairi Rice Del Sol. I'm the jungler for Team Fnatic Onyx. In Jakarta last year, our SPS experience was real fun, and thankfully we got the championship last year. We had a lot of our ups and downs, but every tournament we try our best, and that's what we're gonna do in this tournament. I think personally for me, the only thing that's gonna be different in SPS is the place. And for the team, I think we're still gonna do the same. We're still gonna give our best, like always. After we won the championship, like we had photos with fans, I think that's the only memorable one. I mean, it was already a year, but whenever we play, we always give our best and we're always confident. That's all I can say. A lot of teams are improving right now, like Singapore, Cambodia, Malaysia, and yeah, we still need to fight them with all we got. I think our bracket B right now is very fun. We have the MSC finalist, which is SRG and Bren. So we're very excited to face them again. I think in MSC we just had a little bit of internal problems, which isn't that worst. But also part of our losing is because our enemy was also unpredictable and they also got strong. I think in all tournament like SPS, where I see all teams as equals because all of us deserves to be here. Our one and only goal is to win the championship. Hello to all of the fans of Fnatic Onic. I thank you so much and we hope you guys support us in all our tournaments.
Dripping off your skin, I just wanna take it in. Magic shimmers in your eyes, can't look away, cause it's so nice. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. It's better with you, better with you, better with you. It's better, it's better, it's better, it's better. It's better with you, it's better with you, better with you, better with you. It's better. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Give me all the sunshine, put it in my heart. I love the way you are. Give me all the sunshine, put it in the sky. I love the way you shine. Lovely smile, I can't lie. Who you are is what I like.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. It has been a very entertaining game coming in from these two teams. Smart Omega from Philippines and Fnatic Onic from Indonesia. The one that we thought is going to end in a 2-0 is not gonna be the case, unfortunately. So that is our prediction all gone. Terrence and Sadafa is joining me here on this table for this final game between Fnatic Onic and Smart Omega. In fact, is this gonna be... I believe that this is the final game that Terrence is gonna be covering for the group stage of SPS, right?
Oh no, and the entirety of SPS.
Oh,
but
the
it's okay,
entirety of
you know,
it.
it's all good. It's all good, you know. I feel like this is a perfect time to kind of talk about the ideas that's going around Smart Omega and Fnatic Onic. Like,
Right, okay.
Fnatic Onic, obviously, they are trying to limit test, and that's something that I can value, I can appreciate. But for Smart Omega, even though we are expecting them to be out by day number 3 here, I like that they still have the mental resilience to say, you know what, even though it's against Fnatic Onic, we're not giving it an inch. You know, there is a reason why, I'm sorry to say, Fnatic Onic didn't qualify for MSC. So even though in his videos, Kyrie said that they have small issues that they need to kind of work around with,
right?
But you do see a lot of cracks in Fnatic Onic's play style just now.
Right. I actually do want to segue that portion over to your expectation versus reality, right? Coming into Snapdragon Pro Series, what are the teams that you have seen whereby you believe that they are supposed to do well but didn't, and what are the teams that isn't supposed to do well but did very well instead?
I think Rebellion is one of the teams right now that I feel like I expect them to do pretty okay. But that's the thing, right? The games that they won are the games that I did not expect them to win. But the games that they lost, I expected them to win. So
Okay,
that's
I
one
think
of
we've
the teams.
seen some of that. Yeah, I think the Snapdragon Pro Series this time has been a bit confusing because
Yeah.
there's been a lot of situations like this, right? Where we thought maybe, oh, RG is gonna do a lot better. Don't seem to be doing all that well. See you soon. NIP Flash. Like a lot of teams are having some difficult, and even like the top teams aren't exactly invincible, right? Even the Red Giants are dropping games here and there. Liquid, not the best.
Not yet. They dropped games. They haven't
Games.
dropped series.
I said
Are you sure you're
games.
Malaysian?
I said games. Are
Okay,
you sure you
okay.
can hear?
Okay, fine. I
We
don't
can
wanna be-
continue
yeah.
on the draft first. So let's jump in on the draft. But I will still love to have listen to that conversation. So let's switch it over the draft. Continue the
You
conversation.
just want us to fight, don't you?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Anyways, going to the drafts here. Third game this time. Spawn
come
Omega
on.
gonna be on first pick and Fnatic owning on second pick here. I do see the Arlet. I do see the chips as well. But the question here is, does Fnatic want to try themselves against a Jusin in terms of matchup? Because game one they did ban it off, not allowing it for Smart Omega to play. So, do they want to try it?
I think that at one point, I think Fnatic Onyx will do the same thing. It's kind of going back to the raid side, where they would just ban Jusin for their last pick. Especially since this task has been taken out. I think the Fnatic Onyx is going to respect the Jusin and say that, you know what, Ukir has played Jusin twice. Let's not give him another count.
Oh, okay. Looks like Jusin is going to be banned off as well. And I think now Smart Omega has two options, right? Like, one of it is going to take away Kyrie's hero pool, or do they still prioritize on the Moscow? Because in game number 1, they did prioritize the Roger over the Moscow, and CW was able to make a very, very convincing comeback in game number 1. So adaptations has definitely been made here for Smart Omega, denying it away from CW. But now, I feel like Fnatic on it, do they want to keep options open for Kyrie? That's going to be something, because they have picked Julian 2 games in a row.
That's true.
Do they want to give him the higher booster now as a priority? Do they want to give him
I see lots of prey.
maybe even Lancelot to a certain degree?
Nah, no reason to
okay.
go Lance if you still have Julian
It's
and
Kyrie
Hayabusa.
Lancelot, mate.
It's not
Kyrie
the
Lancelot,
era
man.
anymore.
It's not the era anymore?
Wow.
Of Lancelot in general.
Oh.
Like, you see every player playing Lancelot having difficulty, no matter how good they
Irad,
are.
for example, yeah. Definitely saw a little bit glimpse of the Lancelot from the side of Irad. But Fnatic Onyx finally marking that Luo Yi on the map. Because Luo Yi has been forgotten time and time again. Despite being one of the top contenders on the side of MSC.
You know, it's funny to see, like, I think I brought this up in day number 1 as well. Like, hey, what happened to Luo Yi? Like, it's the most broken mage in the right hands. But at the same time, people just kind of pivoted to Zas. And now for them to go back to basics, I really like this. They are still keeping options for Kyrie, and that's huge. Because now he has more kits to kind of worry about, rather than one-dimensional Julian, where once you go all in, if you don't do something within 7 seconds, you're dead.
Yeah, so at this point in time, I think that Fnatic Onyx is going to keep that Roger relatively open. There could still be a chance for the Roger to pivot over to the jungle. So at least when it comes down to the final pick of the jungle or the gold lane, there is still that X factor available for Fnatic Onyx. Okay, never mind. Throw whatever that I said for the past 5 seconds out of the window, because the Julian is going to go to the jungle again for Kyrie.
Yeah, I do see where you were coming from, though. Like, if they actually left the jungle position open, they could have potentially forced Smart Omega to ban assassins instead of other roles. But I guess they do want to make sure that Kyrie has either Julian or Hayabusa available going into this game. And we do see the Lolita being picked up, even though this game there isn't a lot of projectiles to reflect. Because of that Luo Yi, you can actually turn around on those applications, bounce them back, and if you time the Numanon Blast correctly on a diversion, can really punish.
I think now Fnatic Onyx needs a very, very strong frontliner, or a very oppressive one to kind of join in the fights, right? You look at this, Julian, Roger, these are very, very divey compositions here as well. You can dive the backlines, kind of catch the Lolita. They need somebody who's going to be in the backlines. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Lapu Lapu again, but I don't think it's that big of issues for Smart Omega. But Ruby is something that they have to worry about.
Now, there's another thing that they should worry about. Aurora. And I love to see that fact, because Fnatic Onyx respected that, went for the second phase ban onto the Aurora and Vexana. So with these two heroes out of the window along with Jusin, what is that mage hero that we want to see from the side of Smart Omega?
It does make things a little bit more difficult because a lot of the AoE options have been just taken off the table. I actually thought that we were going to see Omega pick Aurora as a third pick. I didn't really feel like Lolita needed to be prioritized so early on. So I do hope they have something in the back pocket.
I like how I called the Ruby. This is good. But I feel like Faramis usually should be a go-to for Smart Omega. But based on this composition that Fnatic Onyx has, I don't think Faramis is that great against this composition.
It's possible, actually.
It's not that great.
How about Valentina?
Yeah, I think Valentina is much safer for Smart Omega rather than going for the Faramis. But I'm more concerned on who they're going to be playing on the jungle role here, because right now they didn't really focus too much on his jungle role, so he does have a lot more options. He can still go for the Hayabusa, which I think is very, very popular now. Again, but no, they don't go for it. They go for the Novaria instead. So slows, increasing hitbox, and it allows
opening
for
up the map
double
for
knockdown.
diversion.
But no, they go back to basics. Baxia.
Baxia.
I
Wait,
like this.
You like this?
Yeah, I actually like this.
Damage though.
I do worry because
I worry.
this is kind of Omega going back to the triple frontline lineup, where like they're literally the only team that consistently plays a triple frontline lineup, and it has kind of been on and off for them.
Okay, hear me out. So the reason why they're going for this triple composition is not because they are looking to win fights. They're looking to buy time, knowing that Loi is always going to out-macro you in terms of mobility. So instead of committing to the fight, they're hoping that this tanky compositions doesn't give free kills whenever the divergence kind of sets up an ambush here. So I get where Smart Omega is going here. But again, they are going to lack a lot of damage.
In most situations, I would agree with that. But right now, my main problem would be triple front line. You don't have a mage that is consistent.
Yeah, agreed.
Star Shatter, the moment you miss that Star Shatter, you lost already a lot of damage. And the fact that your triple front line doesn't have a lot of damage, you miss one Star Shatter, you know you're gonna have to go back because you can't rely onto a Moskov in the early or mid game.
Yeah, I can see where you're going at as well here. That just kind of shifts the focus on who is going to be carrying the weight and the burden to kind of carry through the game. And in this case, Smart Omega is going to be up to Enduryu with the Baxia to kind of set the tempo for the team. Get very, very oppressive in early game as well. Deal with the spell vamps from Kyrie. Deal with the spell vamps from CC. Deal with the spell vamps coming from Ruby on his innate on his innate ability. So it is going to be a lot of weight onto his Enduryu here for Smart Omega to kind of push them through towards this game.
Alright, thank you so much over to Terrence as we are going to be moving on to the final game of the series between Smart Omega and Fnatic Onyx. Now, I didn't really get the chance to really ask Sadafa about his idea of the lineup of Smart Omega, but now's the time.
I share similar sentiments to you, Abstract. The lack of damage is very concerning. Kipo is playing very aggro here on a hero that Orden... Oh, he stole it!
No way! Oh no! Oh no! That's not a great start. That is so not a good start.
I'm looking at the cooldown on Endoryu's retreat too. He started with it. He was not expecting.
Oh, he started with it.
He started with it to maximize efficiency, so he was not prepared to retreat.
He wanted the cooldown to be over by the time he reached over to the orange buff. I mean, let's be honest here. You're looking at a Ruby roam and a Lawyer in mid. Who would have thunk that this Ruby is gonna come in and raid you?
Like, you hold on.
It doesn't seem like Kyrie is gonna get away that easily though, but he is gonna go for the enhanced sword and just immediately pivoted himself out of that.
Okay, I love the creativity here because Smart Omega, I can't even blame them for this. You would never expect a invade from a Ruby roam.
Never.
And that is why Endoryu uses retreat to start to get efficiency. Chaknu and Uke are not there to help him jungle because who does that, right?
Who does that?
But it worked. It worked really well, and that's what we want to see because Smart Omega are hedging on late game. You have Novaria, you have Moskov. Those are your only sources of damage. You do nothing until late game. Onyx are the ones that are going to run this game down and end it ASAP.
This might actually potentially be the kind of first Lord and a lot of the inhibitor turrets will go down already kind of situation. I don't believe that Endoryu will be able to do anything. In fact, to see them trying to challenge for this turtle is already out of it.
Yeah, that's a bad idea. He should not have done that. He's already one level down. There's no reason for him to be there. His team is not ready to back him up. Go for your purple buff instead. Try to catch up in EXP with Kyrie when he's taking the objective. And because they decided not to do that, Omega are even further behind. They can actually zone him off of his purple buff now.
I think that is exactly what they're going to do. In fact, Endor, you have pretty much expected that Fnatic Onyx would want to steal this purple buff away. As such, he started off onto the orange buff. Kyrie already at level 6, while Endorio just hit level 4. The level discrepancy is just so jarring. And what exactly does Smart Omega gonna have to do at this point in time?
It's a bit hard to say. They're gonna have to slow it down, basically. They have to make sure that there's vision on the map at all times. Because they just don't really have the tools to actually directly fight Onyx right now. That's why I don't like this draft. Onyx can run into their jungle with impunity because they've already created an EXP gap against the most dangerous early game opponent being Andoryu. And by the way, Kyrie actually left the small purple buff too.
Oh,
so like,
no.
you see that icon on the bottom? Yeah,
It shows
it's
that you still
delaying
have
the respawn.
And you gotta have to really kill it before it respawns out. But in the meantime, it does seem like Smart Omega really wanted this kill on the side of Keyboy. So at least they did manage to find a little bit of a consolation for their early game by taking Keyboy out.
And that is good, but I worry if it's gonna be good enough. I think
enough.
like Jom getting the last hit on that was very, very crucial.
Ryota now up in the top lane finds himself taken down as well. So Fnatic Onyx is definitely on a charge, while Smart Omega is kind of on a kind of wild goose chase.
Yeah, again, Jom needs to get farmed ASAP. That's why him getting the last hit and getting that kill was actually really important. You gotta funnel his... Oh!
That's way too much damage from the side of Fnatic Onyx. We are talking about a triple front line from Smart Omega, but yet Chaknu has been obliterated in second like a hot knife through butter. And Fnatic Onyx taking the turtle, going into opponent's jungle, completely dominating and being an alpha to Endoryu.
I think Omega are on the receiving end of realizing why we don't play tank junglers anymore. You have 3 front lines, doesn't matter. If you have enough damage, they just melt anyway, and that is exactly what Onyx is doing.
The Drill of Destruction lands right on top of Sans, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be too big for them as the diversion allows Sans to run away. But the next one is going to be on the chopping block is going to be Kyrie as the Nominal Blast lands right on top of him. Ryota actually have decided to go for a flicker penalty zone onto absolutely no one, unfortunately. So that is some resources used.
Yeah, I don't know what that was from Ryota. That felt like a mess. But Onyx also made a lot of mistakes here. I think it's continuing.
That's gonna be onto CW. He wants to walk away. Keyboy immediately went straight in for the Armor Fended and effectively managed to save CW at the cost of the tier 1 at the bottom.
Yeah, Omega is still gonna be stronger in a direct 5v5 situation because yes, you can melt tanks nowadays, but you still gotta put a little bit of elbow grease into it. And Onyx are just running at them again.
A little bit of a dent in the armors from the side of Smart Omega. When it comes down to the poking game, Fnatic Onyx is still relatively strong, even though we are looking at a Novaria with the Star Shatter. Once again, remember this, it is all about these skill shots coming from Smart Omega, which ultimately makes this game so much more difficult for Smart Omega to play. The moment that this Moskov played by Jom don't land the skill shot of the Spear of Destruction, you know that split push coming in from him is not gonna pay dividends and your entire team is gonna go down. The moment that Novaria misses a Star Shatter, your entire team fight will lack a lot of damage for a good 5 seconds.
Mind you as well, even though Onyx did end up making mistakes and giving over unnecessary kills, they still have a 3k net worth advantage, and it's actually growing. Because if you pay close enough attention, you will realize that Onyx is farming 75% of the map. When Omega has this many frontline tanks that need to be in fights and a tendency to want to roam together before taking a fight, they're not farming efficiently. The only player that is actually scaling is Jom.
There we go, Divergent coming from Fnatic Onyx. It does seem like the Star Shot is not going to land. Ryota with the penalty zone did manage to land on the one, but unfortunately that is going to be the Armor Fender landing on Ryota. He's actually tanking and taking a lot of hits. He's still alive though, and Doryu runs in, round to Kyrie, brings him down. Ryota flickers backwards. He's going to be safe and sound for now. The rest of the members for the side of Fnatic Onyx just going to be hiding themselves right within of this square, while CW runs right in, leaps in, but it doesn't seem like that is going to be enough to kill anyone from the side of Smart Omega.
This game is messy, man. Like, I am seeing a lot of mechanical mistakes from players that really should not be making them. The fact that Chaknu flickered forward with the Numenon Blast to actually end up missing everyone is... Yes, he flickered forward to slot himself really nicely between all the members of Fnatic Onyx and didn't actually land on anyone. And you would think that Onyx should be able to punish that, but I also feel like Kyrie needs a little bit... Like, either he's lacking practice on Julian or he's tired. Because he's diving in way too much.
Well, speaking of diving, Andoryu jumps right in and of course chained it with the Dominant Blast and chained it up top with the penalty zone. That is CW that's going to be the first person taken down. Fnatic Onyx runs right in and runs right back, right underneath the turret's nose. They're going to be safe and sound at least for now after realizing, yeah, we lost CW, we can't take this fight.
This is weird, man. This is very weird. Onyx should not be losing these engagements. They honestly don't need to be taking them in the first place. You need to be willing to sacrifice people here. Omega's gonna keep running at you. You don't have to do the same.
Wait, dude, are they really going to go this fight as well? Never mind, CW is joining in. Would they be having enough damage? Yes! Kyrie comes in from behind, gets a kill down on the Dome. While the Numenon Blast is just gonna be landing. Ryota running all the way back. Lutpi swinging her yo-yo. Gatsui another one down to the name. And Chaknu all the way in front of the base. He's also gonna be taken down with 3 members down from the side of Smart Omega.
This is not a pro game. This is Brawl with 3 lanes. Because that's what it feels like these players are doing.
Pretty scrappy.
It is very scrappy. Onyx did manage to punish Omega for pushing too far there, but one wrong move and that could have cost them a lot. I am really surprised at how old on.
Very uncharacteristic, but for now, the quick little jump coming in from Boxia's Shielded Unity, who jumps in and finds himself sacrificing his life for technically nothing, as he wanted to go for the Lord Steal. So that is 1 Lord lost and Andoryu taken down too.
You know, one of the first tips I would give like a hard stuck epic player is to not fight so much. Yeah, they're gonna watch this game and tell me that tip is not worth it, you know? Like, this is... I don't understand what these teams are doing. Like,
to be fair,
Onyx seems confident enough to take fights, so I'll give them that. Omega needs to chill a little bit sometimes.
I'm not too sure. Maybe it's the fact that this game doesn't have any weightage. So that's why they're just kind of shutting the brains off a little bit and just kind of like, yeah, let's just go with the flow.
I don't know about that. It's weighing very heavily on me.
Well, I'm pretty sure that we are going to be seeing Sadafa transcending into madness in a short little bit. You know what to say. But for the minute at a time, we have Ryota jumping in onto Sans. Sans has been caught time and time again. I don't think that that's looking very good, to be honest.
Yeah, but it is fine. He's still able to get out. I think this is the reason. This is the reason why Malloy isn't quite as popular anymore. You get jumped once and you realize you don't really have a way of escaping. But Onyx is gonna be able to continue this siege because Omega's already used some of their resources.
Diversion? Wait, okay, never mind. I thought I saw something. But for now, the game is gonna go on to a quick pause in the midst of a fight.
That's not a good timing.
In the midst of a fight?
That is a very unfortunate timing for something to happen that requires a technical pause. But hey, better that the players do it to make sure that they're able to continue the fight properly rather than deal with whatever is going on.
In case people didn't hear me say this. In the midst of a fight?
Yes!
Oh man! That is ugly. The moment that I jump in, I'm gonna have to go in full on with the play-by-play. How is that gonna work?
I mean, arguably though, if a pause was coming this game anyway, there's a very high percentage it happens in the middle of a fight.
Fair. Technically, it's technically better because this is just the initiation, right? It's not the middle, not the climax.
No, I think it's a pretty important timing, you know. I think we are jumping straight into the crux of the fight here. There's been an initiation. Ruby has flickered in to pull the Terizla. Like, this is where everyone's gonna throw their stuff.
This is tough to absorb, but you know, my expectations into this game, whereby I believe that Fnatic Onyx will be able to end this game within 11 minutes, is almost there. We are 10 minutes and 46 seconds into the game, but it's not necessarily going the way I thought it would have been, because Smart Omega is lacking on so much damage, and they rely a lot, once again, I said before, on skill shots. And there are, of course, times that some of these Spirit of Destructions and some Star Shatter that didn't quite work out. Fnatic Onyx, though, their positioning has been relatively scattered, where Sans have found himself being caught a couple of times, Kyrie going kind of underestimating their opponents and just kind of putting himself in relatively bad positions, or maybe Smart Omega is just making full use of their mobility and they're just understanding how they want to position themselves in this game.
Well, looks like we're back into it, and I guess both teams took that pause as an opportunity to say, okay, we're gonna shake on it, it's time to go.
Time to fall back. I mean, you wouldn't want to overestimate, or rather, you wouldn't want to really just jump in, especially when there is no creeps around.
Let's have a look at the itemization currently. Things are looking pretty solid for Fnatic Onyx. They've already got a 6k net worth lead. And CW actually going for Thunderbelt into Sky Piercer on top of everything.
Oh.
Meanwhile, on the opposite side, we got the Flask into Bloodwings on the side of Chuck Nu for that extra shielding.
Wow, that is a lot of HP, or rather shields, to really work with. In the meantime, the diversion is just a scouting tool. The rest of Fnatic Onyx is just working on very much poking mechanism. Look at the damage that's going to be landing onto Andoryu. Ryota jumps in with the penalty zone, landing onto the 2, allowing Ukir to get into the Star Shatter, getting one kill down on the Keyboy. The next one on the chopping block is going to be Kyrie Sans. The next one to the eyes of Ukir, the one and only Ukir, landing all of these Star Shatter. And CW understands that, yeah, I can't really do anything except for to fight back onto Andoryu. As such, CW takes that one kill. Lutpi, right in the faces of Chaknu, he's just melting people down with those true damage that we are expecting to see. Ryota is going to be on the chopping block and is going to be executed and going down into the ground. The next one that probably will go down into the coffin is Chaknu. Lutpi and CW leading the charge, and they managed to find some opportunity from all of that demise.
Well, this is where we see the pros and cons of having 3 frontline units. Are you very good at diving the opponent? Yes. Are you very good at following up when all your DPS options are gone? No. That's how Onyx is able to turn that around, because they do still have Lutpi and CW alive. And because Omega are not able to find a full wipe there, they're able to buy enough time for Kyrie to come back and secure that Lord, which means that Omega are gonna need to mount another base defense. I will say though, it actually was Onyx's mistake starting that fight there. That was not a very good place, because you know how easy it is for Moscow to do damage in small, narrow funnels.
The alleyway is the last place that you'll want to face off against a Moskov. But regardless, it seems as though that the fight was actually pretty optimistic for the side of Smart Omega. They really ran it down on Fnatic Onyx, but I think that they kind of overstayed their welcome, or maybe underestimated Fnatic Onyx doing that wild goose chase. As such, losing some key players amidst of all of that chaos.
Yeah, they were feeling themselves a little bit too much here, and let's see if that punishes them enough to cost the game.
Keyboy's looking for something, but he's not really landing anything just yet, as the members from Smart Omega is really respecting that I'm offended. Not quite yet, but at the top, middle, and bottom lane, the inhibitor turrets are gonna go straight down. Ryota start things off with the penalty zone, but no one from the side of Smart Omega is going to be following up, because they're gonna have to deal with this lot for now. The rest of the members from the side of Fnatic Onyx